Good morning. Good morning, everybody. And we got ourselves a little tight range here. The strategy is for those that you know are tracking money and glued to the money. Um, it's not much I can do to help you there unless you're in Q school and we can work you through it. But the strategy is very much in line with its model. The average winning trade over the last several weeks is 2 grand, right? So we were up 1600. It's no big deal. That was overnight. The average losing trade is 480 bucks. So we never even got to one average winning trade, and we're basically a little bit under one average losing trade. It's no big deal. The other thing is the win-loss ratio. If you are keeping track of win-loss ratios, which we do as well, to see on the strategy has a win-loss ratio of 33%. Meaning you got to be prepared mentally to be losing 7 out of 10 times, right? If you're going to run this particular strategy. If you don't want to run it, you don't have to. So, um, so we're in line with the model. And again, when we do these things, we're not trying to prove an outcome. I'm not. You know, I don't know what the outcome will be on any given day. My focus is this strategy performing in line with the model? And do I have an opportunity to turn it off? So we're profitable for the week. It's a modest week. We're fine. I hope you're fine. If I'm I'm making decisions, green candle, red candle, I made 300, I lost 300 in doing that. I wish you well. I do. I think that'll run its course. You may not agree, but you're trading greed and fear, and they will get you. We're not profitable on obviously not in every single trade. We're not necessarily profitable on every single day. But over the long term, we do just fine. In fact, let me give you a little update. Bear with me. Let's see here. T-ball. And all of these trades, I haven't put one on. I haven't taken one off. I don't have carpal tunnel. Um, just want to open up the option chain from TradeStation. Hopefully, I don't crash things. This computer's doing a lot. And let's see. Yep. Okay. So um, that option we put on yesterday on the S&P is up 4%. So we'll take it. We have much, much higher expectations on that. Any questions, you let us know. Don't know exactly why we lost all our writing. There we go. We just use the zoom features to just dress up the screen a little bit to get the best image from YouTube. When we're in Q School, we have folks in Q School, which we do. They have a dedicated screen. Sometimes we need this screen, and they have a private Zoom. The private Zoom is instantaneous. There's literally no delay, and the image is high def. On YouTube, you're on a delay of about 40 seconds. I think it's something like that. Um, and but I do think you can now set the setting at about 1080p and I get a much better image. These tools can be on your desktop. They're trading tools, decision-making trading tools. You can interact with them though. You can make them better. They can make you better. You get to decide the market, the interval. You don't have to be trading mini futures. You could be trading micro futures. You could be trading stock. And Swing Machine is just one algo. We have many, many others. When you put your money with a hedge fund, a professional hedge fund, which we are not, right? We don't solicit funds. We don't. Susie and I look at it. We're running our own hedge fund with our own money. So I want to make sure I put that in quotations. It is a private family hedge fund, right? Um, and it's hedging because we're long and we're short. We got all kinds of uh, portfolio strategies that we implement. But when you go to a public hedge fund, if you qualify, if you have the assets, if you have the income, and you give them X amount of money, that's it. They might give you a statement at each quarter or each year, but you don't know what they're doing with the money. I mean, they're investing it, they're trading it, they're doing whatever it is they're doing, but they're not consulting with you. And you have, um, various times when you might withdraw it. Usually it's like once a year. Again, we're not a hedge fund, right? So we're not soliciting money. But the reason why I mention that is that if you are making decisions on the money, even the hedge fund knows we can't have that. We can't have a block of money that we are trading for people and then have people, call us and withdrawing money every time, the account, pulls back or something. They just won't have it. And that's why they do it, right? So if you are making decisions off of the money, day in and day out as put it loosely, as a trader, you're making decisions based on greed and fear, fear and greed. And, you know, it's, I don't know what it is. We don't do that. We do have an eye for the overall account, a casual eye, but not on each individual trade. We just don't. And if you do and you can't get over it, it's probably well, they bank on it. They bank on it because even some of these hedge funds, not hedge funds, excuse me, brokerages, they won't even let you do this, right? They won't even let you machine trade, They want your hand on that mouse. They want you making, buying and sell decisions day in and day out. They do because they're going to get you, you know, this thing. We're going to give you a peek at a few things. Let's go to the intraday. This is the hourly, and the ES on an hour is still long, folks, from 152 hours ago. That was back at 7 p.m. on January 14th. That position is up 4% from the entry price, the signal price, and where we are today. Now, if you had a mini, yes, you'd be up 12,000. If you had a micro, you'd be up 1,200. If you had an option, probably would be up more, depending upon the strike, depending upon the time frame, probably up more. Here, the NQ, this was at midnight on January 17th. Remember, today is the 22nd, right? 23rd, sorry. 13, about 13,000, 12,800. The Russell is trying to get short. The Russell is trying to sell down, which could be a marker in and of itself. The VIX, there's no concern in the market right now. The VIX is still short. And then the Dow went long 177 hours ago on an hourly basis on the 13th, as money we think is seeking to hide. Let's go to the options club selector. And we showed you yesterday some of these options that were over here. Now we have some of the writing that's blocking some of the stuff, but if we can try to see through that, see these little phantom vignettes, that means that they were in the category and they actually pulled down. So that's what you would want. And let's see how many, there's quite a few, right? So they have pulled in. So for instance, I'm not even sure what this is. Leidos Holdings. The machine was suggesting yesterday before the market closed to buy a put. If you had bought a put, you'd be up about $1,000 anyways. Let's scroll down, see what others we have here. Metla Toledo down 9. It's on the dark side. See all those phantom vignettes, they were in that category and they are in fact pulling back. And if you had gotten your options on them. Now over on this side of the ball, what did we have? Let's see. Well, we got some new ones. Can't see them all because that writing is in the way. But one of them was, if you recall, yesterday, it's not there now, was Apple. There was only a couple yesterday, and it suggested selling a put credit spread on Apple or just flat out buying a call as an example. So we do trade options. Let's go back. We'll take a peek at the this. Here is the Renko chart, and we described this yesterday. I mean, in near term, it's up. I mean, it just is. Um, and let's get a marker and see what's going on. Everyone wants to see. I think charts, quite frankly, can. I mean, we use charts, right? But we use the algos first, and then, especially when it comes to options, if you're using charts for options and using them first, I think you're gonna struggle. Um, but let's get a pen, and here's the first C point. The entry would have been right in here, and we've been up ever since. We pull up. Somebody could have thinking short, although the fact that we took that out wouldn't have shorted. And then get long here. And then up we go, pull back, up, pull back, up, and going after it. And we get above this, they're going to squeeze the hell out of it. Now, these are big bricks. They're $1,000 a brick. And, we've done this. Let me do it again. Let me just clear something here. This goes back about, we'll start it from right here where the screen is. This is That is September 6th. So this red dot shows up not here, shows up at the open of this brick. So could you, let me get a marker. We're going to make it yellow. Could you have played for one brick? If you did, if you went in here, came out here, you would have made $1,000. If you were trading a mini, if you were trading a micro, you would have made 100. If you traded 10 minis, you made 10 grand. You traded five, you made 5 grand. So one, two. This dot here shows up at the open here. Could you have made one there? Three, four, five, six. Okay, sorry about that. Two golden retrievers. They both have jobs. Ted, believe it or not, he gets the mail. He absolutely, and that's his job. He wants to go and get the mail. Literally, you go to the mailbox, he waits, he sits down, you put it in his mouth, and he carries it in. That's his job. Abby, she's security. Her job is to keep track of these Amazon drivers. And I got a neighbor that, I mean, he's there. He seems like he's there 2 or 3 times a day. All right, so we got six of them. Uh, seven, eight, nine, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 25 grand, 25 trades in a row. Now, if you do that trade, you do have to be prepared when you put it on because it may, there may be a loser in one of these. It's been several months. You got to risk 2,100 when you put the trade on. Two bricks and a little bit. Now, if you do that, the biggest frustration is going to be, well, I could have just stayed. So you start out thinking that's what you're going to do, but you'll wind up um, Trump is speaking. He's speaking all the time. I mean, get used to it. Get used to it. He's speaking all the time. Um, so you be leaving, you could be leaving a lot on. The other part of it is you can't be sitting here waiting for these. You have to build your alerts and have them go to your phone. It's a fine way to go. I mean, 22 trades in a row since, September. Now, of course, the first time you do it, you're probably going to lose one, but you've got the model to shoot from. The biggest mistake that people make in trading Rincos is they don't size the bricks properly. And they're too active, trying to do too much. We're gonna erase these. We'll bring it back. Yeah, no, Trump, my only fear, not fear, he's gonna do what he's gonna do, but um that he's going to um well, that's the whole chalupa there. Let's just take a look. Here's Bitcoin long again, intraday. So get this back. That he's going to not overstay his welcome, just overexpose. I mean, but that's him. So I found it a little amusing. I was having breakfast with Susan, and we had one of the news stations come on, and there's some Democrat out in California complaining about inflation, that the cost of eggs, and what's he doing, renaming the Gulf of Mexico, 2 days in office, and now the inflation is now Trump's fault. These guys are just brutal, brutal. Are you hearing the stories? I don't even, I won't play it, but the stories of the people that we locked up for J6. I'm going to tell you something, guys. It's not good. It just isn't good. It's disgusting. Um, I wouldn't live in DC. I wouldn't live in Washington, DC. I'm sorry. It's a great city. Visited, did an internship there years ago, but I wouldn't live in one of these cities for all the tea in China. So there will be a lot of noise. We're all about signals over noise. Even Trump, believes that, when he says and does, that he's, moving markets. Maybe he is, maybe he doesn't, but we're gonna here we're all signals over noise. I just want to keep our trading life anyway simple. Okay, I did intervene there, and I'm going to arm the 1 minute here. So we're going to put the 5 minute in the comfort. Let's get that 1 minute going. We're gonna get a little more active here. Bear with me. Hopefully, let's get this guy going. Edit. It's a lot of fun is to trade them in tandem. So we're now trading the 1 minute. Let's see how we do. It'll be a lot faster. Okay, there's the 1 minute, and we might do some scalping around this. We'll see. We're waiting for the 1 minute. One of the things that that we should demonstrate at some point is trading from over here, right? And you can counter trade from over here. We're going to let I don't want to be working that hard this morning. We're going to let the 1 minute take this thing short and see if we can put pressure on the five. And then what I'd do is if the five goes short, we'll kill the earlier one and see if the five can take us into the afternoon on the short side. I do think this thing is going to come back, but we'll see. I'm trying not to overthink it, and we'll see how it plays out. So when this 1 minute goes short here, hopefully in the next few minutes, it will take the trade. You can do a lot of different things. We can do a lot of different things. The machine can do a lot of different things, right? We can program the machine to be trading the five and the 1 minute in competing markets. Maybe the mini is on the five, micros are on the one, and run some real-time hedging strategies. But right now, we're going to see if we can get ourselves on a decent little trend here. We'll see. Pretty choppy here this morning. Okay, I'm gonna do a an audible trade here on my own. Don't you take it. I'll tell you why, and we're in. Um, and we're gonna see how we manage this. This is a counter trade all the way, and I'm using swing. And what I'm seeing is she can't really get above. If she gets above 80, 90, goes into euphoria, we will come out. I do have a stop on this, but we can counter trade. We absolutely can do it. I don't like um, teaching it a whole lot because I don't want folks to be doing too much of it, but I'm going to give it a go here. And what I'm seeing is now, if I see the 1 minute get into euphoria, or if she pushes on this stop, we'll come out. But I'm going to use this side of swing machine, and she's just pushing up. She was into about 90. This one's about 70. I would have liked to, I really wanted them both in Euphoria, both the 1 minute and the 5 minute, and I wanted to fade it. I wanted to go against it. It's not something I want to be doing day in and day out. The counter trade is going to be a little more difficult, but let's see if we can pull this off here. We'll see. My stop, we go back up, we get above 80, we go at 90, we get into euphoria, then I may have to come out. But but I also have a bracket on this. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is we have some wood in the trade, and I'm going to set a break-even stop. So I have a basically a guaranteed win. It'll cover the cost of the trade, and I'm going to just sit on it, and I'm going to push out my profit target ridiculously so, and we'll just watch the radar. So the machine I've kind of taken over here a little bit. We're flying the plane. Let's see if we can clean up this little drawdown. It's a little bit more than one average losing trade. Again, if these numbers are too big, I just want everyone to know if you're trading futures, you don't have to be trading a mini. You can be trading a micro, and we may get stopped here. It's pretty noisy market here this morning. Let's see if we can get away with it. We get stopped, we get stopped. Now I'll go right back to the five. I don't want to work that hard here, but we'll see if we can get it. And we get stopped. Okay. All right. I'm going to reactivate the 5 minute and just let it play out. Not going to work that hard. When you're counter trading, you're going to be much more active, and your execution needs to be flawless. And again, I don't want to work that hard right now. So we've activated the 5 minute if we get it. She may stay until 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. Entirely possible. Been very, very persistent in here. While we're waiting on that, let's go take a look at the Pebble, the stocks. Let's go see what Pebble is up to. Um, that is our Pebble Beach radar on stocks. Let's get the S&P 500. I'm looking for it over here. Bear with me. And here it is right here. America Airlines leading the charge down. Not crazy about shorting something at $17, but although we're going to use options, a $10,000 short, you'd be up 500 bucks. There are 16 signals here, and we're in the money in all but one. Anything fat? Certainly this Leidos Holdings. I don't know what that. Here's Tesla. Tesla's showing up in here. It's hidden by my zoom here. Let's click on that. Yeah, that doesn't look so great on Tesla here. You see it there? Bring it down. So it's shorted right in here. Um, these signals will hold. I have them set so they'll hold for 3 days, and it actually shorted yesterday, and that does look like it's going to drop to me. Now, how you get short Tesla is up to you. I wouldn't short shares. You got to tie up 40 grand just to do 100. What I might do on something like that, where it's Tesla, might just get a put. Um, or better yet is go up and sell a call like at 415, something like that, and buy a call. Look at a 425, something along those lines for 35 or 40 days and look to collect the money. Here's Costco getting a sell signal too. Let's just take a quick peek at Costco. Yeah, it does look, A to B to C. Same thing, how you want to get short is going to be, up to you. There's other ways of just, shorting shares. What else we got? Any others in here? No, no. UNH is a buy as a healthcare, and that looks kind of interesting. One of the better buys was down in here. Um, Again, 100 shares is going to be 52 grand. So, how can you get long without buying the shares? You might look to sell a put at 520 and buy a put, do a put credit spread like at 510, something like that. And for 35 or 40 days. I don't know where any of these are with earnings though, so you want to be careful. Here's Illumina. This thing can move around. We're getting a sell signal. Let's just take a peek at that. Yeah, it looks pretty nasty too. The signal was much earlier. So, so you can trade stocks. Let's go back to our little swing machine, and it was just, and we're just waiting on the, we're going to get a short entry on the 1 minute. What type of trade is that going to be? It's going to be a counter trade to the five. I backed off of it, backed off. I didn't want to work that hard. We'll see how it works. If the 1 minute gets going, it'll put pressure. The 5 minute will dip. The 5 minute will sell. Ideally, if it does, we'll get the trade, and we're gonna just keep our hands off the mouse. Well, one of the ways that you can is depending on what you have for a time frame, but you got to be really, really disciplined on it. If we can get the 1 and the 5 minutes, sometimes, not all the time. You got to counter trading is a bit of an art form, but when they both get into euphoria, um, it can be a nice place to fade. And the same thing when they get both get into panic sell. 5 minutes got a long way to go to get down in there. It I would prefer a person um, you know, be a trend trader. Um, so that's why we don't if you're an options trader, I think you need to be and want to be a counter trader with your options. But intraday, I think you're going to do better more often than not getting after the trend. And if you can, counter trending can be a little addictive, um, because it has a high degree of success. You win a lot more. You need to be. You got to be winning 70, 80% of the time. And but they don't pay as much. They pay little. And your execution really needs to be absolutely flawless. Now, I just want to share with you, I don't have it set up this way, but I do want you to know you could, right? We could set up one chart here, one chart over here, and maybe in time we'll do that to show you. And let's say that you're playing the 5 minute long, right? The 5 minute long, and you saw it run up, it was up 1,000, 1,500. Maybe you're doing that. Yeah. Yep. I'm with you, Keiko. Um, and then what you could do is you could have the 1 minute only going short. And what you do is you don't use the same you use the same market, but not the same instrument. And so you might have a mini going long, and you might have 5 micros going short. So what would that do? What in essence it would do is as the 1 minute goes short and this guy is pulling back, is drawing down, you're off the high water, this one's going up. Maybe not as much, but going up. What it does to your account, it's the idea, the concept, what you want to see happen is it smooths out the account balance. But you cannot hedge away all risk. Mhm. That can't be done. You can mitigate it, you absolutely can, but you can't take it all out. Unless, you have tomorrow's newspaper today. Mm, We don't have it. Okay, so the 5 minute is dipping. We can see that. The likelihood is the dip isn't going to go short. Not likely. But we'll watch. So it's still a long trade and it's still up from 1025 this morning. The likelihood is it's going to resume the uptrend. And the likelihood is that this little counter trend is going to fail and go long again. We're going to just sit and wait. If this long begins to fail, this box will light up white. That still isn't yet the entry. It isn't. It'll light up white and it'll say short entry. And that's saying, hey, hey, look at me. I'm getting ready to go short. That's all that means. But it's still technically a long. If it confirms short, the box will turn completely red. And then in this box, that will turn white and there'll be a red two in there. That's the signal, a signal. So whether or not a person takes it or not, whether or not you arm it for the machine to take it, we have. So if this box turns white and gives us a red two, then the trade will go in, whether I'm here or not. Let's just, while we're here together, let's see if we can tuck in. Let's see if I can tuck in Tesla in here. I'm just curious, right? TSLA. We can do it with Tesla too. Um, Okay, well, that's interesting. It was 61. It was yesterday on a 5 minute. Would have given you 9 points on a 5 minute, but we're not going to trade Tesla on a 5 minute, but we might trade Tesla on a 60 minute. So what do we have there? So Tesla on a 60 minute is in fact going short right now. And now it's only it's this is one share. So it's delivered, a buck 70. So you can do it with stock, and therefore you can do it with options. We can't we can't machine trade options because you have to pick the date. You got to pick so and they're not as liquid. But if you short the shares, you 100 shares, you're going to have 40 grand tied up to it. Yeah, that's what your brokerage is going to expect to have thereabouts. But you could certainly just, a person could just buy a put. You could, and if it goes long, you're gonna have to turn around, kill the put, and buy a call. But you could also get short by selling a call, like I say, maybe at 415, right? And going out, you'd be out about 30 some odd days. You sell a call at 415, turn around and buy a call at 425, something like that, a call credit spread. When you do those call credit spreads and you do those put credit spreads, your probability of profit is like 66%. Probability of profit, not probability of outcome. But these tools will help you get probability of outcome too. So if you getting the probability of profit on your side and the probability of outcome on your side, you're going to do a whole lot better and you're going to have a whole lot more fun with options than just, staring at a chart all day or, taking some sort of hype from, Reddit. Oop, what did I do here? Oh, there it is. The statistics of this strategy tell us that the average losing trade will be about 480 bucks. Can be a little bit higher, so we're a little bit below, above that or below, however you want to look at it. The average winning trade is about 2 grand. The win-loss ratio is 33%. So you do, when you're going after the trend, and notice how long it takes, right? It can take a long time, right? It can take a long time to get in, and it can take a long time to get your profits. That's the issue. And Keiko is telling us that he likes to counter trade. Uh, I do too, but it was something that had to be beaten out of me and learn not to do it that much. And other than with options, right? We do it with options. We do, but they soak. They soak for days. They're not. We're not doing them that fast. But if you are a counter trend trader and you're counter trend trading during the day and you're real active, um, you're gonna have to work really, really hard to break that, honestly. Um, and we'll work with you, but we will, really lean on you to break it. And and even at a 5 minute level, I mean, you can see some of these past trades. I mean, they were overnight, but they can take a long time, and then a long time. And even on YouTube, I sometimes find it a little funny, but you can kind of tell, not here today, but sometimes people's questions are, but that they have uh, the attention span, not Keiko, because he's been here a lot and he's got a very good attention span. So I'm not saying that at all, Keiko. Please know that. But um, a person, if they're doing a lot of like quick trading, a lot of counter trading, they got the attention span of a gnat. Just very, very impatient, and that is not going to serve a person well over time. Now, we do have machines, we do have programs that can trade really fast, but we're not doing it here. I think that I don't want to speak for all of our members, but in the beginning, we do see a pattern where folks will gravitate toward trading fast um, in the beginning. And then we see a pattern. The longer they're doing it, the longer they're trading, they actually begin to slow everything down. It just, you know, they don't trade as much. So we wait. And when and if the 5 minute goes short, well, we'll be in it. I don't know if it's going to be a winning trade, losing trade. Um, I got to be prepared psychologically that 7 out of 10 times it's going to lose. And if a person is passing by saying, "Oh crap, I don't want to do that. I'm going to lose 7 out of 10 times." Well, see, that's the problem. If you get in a habit where you got to be winning, 7 or 8 out of 10 times, that doesn't necessarily assure you that you're going to make money too, by the way. It doesn't because you can eat like a bird and shit like an elephant. You can make a little bit of money 7 or 8 times and then get smoked on one or two. So um, we're going to just be patient here, and we're trying to let this trending strategy go. We're having, we got a profitable week, nothing outrageous, and we did have, we ran it overnight. We were up as much as 1600. It's peeled it back. But again, the average winning trade is 2 grand. The average losing trade is 480. So we're in line with the model. If you are passing by and these numbers are too big for you, then you have micros. If you are passing by and these numbers are like, I can't believe this guy's only doing this for like 1,200 bucks a day. Are you kidding me? Or 15 or 2 grand a day? I can't be bothered with that. You can leverage up, right? If you've got the skill set and you got the capital, you put on, 10 contracts or, I mean, there are hundreds, thousands of these things going through. You can certainly leverage up, but you want to have, your game, worked out before you do that. No problem. Yeah, no problem. I mean, we think that everybody should be diversified in what they do. Should be able to recognize what type of trade they're putting on. Reason being is your expectations are going to should be different if it's a counter trend. And if somebody took this trade and they're up 180 bucks or something, you probably should take it. It's still a counter trend to the five. Um, if somebody's trying to go after the trend and they're still in the trend, they should be sitting tight. And see, that's the hard, it's acquired. What's hard is, when it's easy when the trade is going well and you're on the trend and you're making money, and yeah, you can be patient all you want. But if you get on the trend and it goes against you and it's drawing down, um, it's difficult, for the new person to sit on a drawdown. And if they put on too much leverage, then the drawdown's even bigger, and they can't sit. They can't sit. It's killing them. It's killing them. And then what they do is then they take the loss. And then the next thing sure as poop stinks, what it's going to do. It's the trend's going to lock in and go the other way, or go or continue to go. And then, oh man, I should have. And not really, not really. And they just, their emotions are just grinding this way, that way. If you're a counter trend trader, what is seductive about it, and it's kind of bad, is that it's over quickly, you know. The profit's over quickly, the loss is over quickly. And marrying a hooker. I had heard that one. That's funny. That's funny. Oh God. No. So, in any case, um, that's funny. But you can very, very successfully here, maybe we should come in just one day and say we're gonna just count a trend to 1 minute, and just do it, But I don't like to show it too much because um I'd rather see folks, going for the trends of sort. I'm not trying to give out trades here, but when we go into Q school, that's what we do. And then, we will show you how to go after the counter trends and what you have to do, for sure. But any case, so the 5 minute is dipping, and this is where also the 1 minute can, or the counter trend can, for the person that doesn't appreciate this, what'll happen is every trend, every trend actually starts with a counter. They start. So this might be, this counter trend up here, this one here on the 1 minute to the five, it might be the start of a new 5 minute downtrend. It might be. It might be, and it may not. The probability is that it isn't, and so if the person took this and that's what they were doing in a counter trend, and they should have taken their 180, their 200, their 300, their 400. They should take it. They should take it, because if they're a counter trender, that's what they agreed to do, and that's what they should do. Um, just equally, if the person is trying to trend, I'm talking about taking, the 1 minute opposite the five. Um, so any case, we'll see if but every new trend starts with a counter, but not every counter trend is a new does not necessarily become a trend. Hmm. And that's the rub. What we're trying to do, well, we have folks here, there are folks that have seen this. What we're trying to expose is we're not trying to prove an outcome. We're just trying to create a little awareness of how we approach our trading, what it might look like. We have dozens and dozens of tools. This isn't the only tool. This isn't the only market. But what happens is most people, they start in this box, which is what box? D, for discretionary trading. Discretionary. I see this, I see that, I hear this, I hear that, I think this, I think that, and they start buying and selling stuff. And some may do this on an annual basis. They may do it half a dozen times with stocks and they do really well. It could be because they have really good discretionary skills at that level, or maybe it's just shit luck. It's not enough to really know. And they don't know. And then what happens is maybe, I hope not, but they quit their job and say, "Oh, honey, I'm a hell of a trader and I'm gonna start doing that intraday." And all of a sudden it's not working. They're paying attention to candles and stochastics and MACDs, and suddenly it's not working. And they begin to panic. And then they start looking for a guru, someone else that sees, hears, thinks this, that. And that guru might actually hit a couple of trades for them. And then I think, oh man, I found the holy grail on this. And then not so much. And then they're out looking for another guru. Ultimately, they live and die here. I'm not a trading guru. I'm not here to give you the trades. Um, we're here to build algos that are going to give you trades. It is really important that you have good discretionary trading skill here, whether those trades are to be investments, swing trades, or even intraday. And we can help you quite a bit with that. We can. But what we're going to try to do during the 3-week Q school is move you into the next box. Keiko knows what that is. And that is M, for mechanical trading, where then we're asking you, let's just rest this a little bit. We're going to give you some really good tips. We're going to listen to what you were doing and we're going to be able to try to help you. But we're going to try to move you here where maybe it's swing machine and maybe you're trading the 1 minute in relation to the five or whatever it is. It's a mechanical approach. And we need you just to follow it. Some people can do that. Some people can't, I mean, we haven't run into anybody that can't, but it can be a challenge. Let's put it that way, because they may have some bad habits. If you have a bad habit, as you always know, it's always a little more difficult to break the bad habit. We want you to have really, really good mechanical skill. And then once you begin to understand that aspect of it, then we're going to try to move you into this box. What is that box? That is robot RA, robot assisted trading. Ah, I see. That's when the machine is going to be putting you in and out and in, and but the machine will be doing it. But I guess what I want to make sure that everyone understands is that it isn't just one directional. I mean, you can go, oh Jesus, I'm sorry. Security. Um, that's Abby. She's security. So you can go back and forth, but ideally we want you in here. And even between here, you can go back and forth. And then the last box is what we call where you spend really the rest of your life is um, robotic hedging. And, and we'll put it up here, or robot assisted hedging. So maybe we should use the symbol R, robotic assisted hedging. And as well, you can go back and forth. But what I need to make sure that I emphasize with everybody is there's no jumping the shark. There's no being a shitty discretionary trader and then you think you're going to do that, or being a crappy, or you can't trade here and you think, oh, okay, well, I can't do that, but I'll get the machine to do it. No, you'll bring it with you. You'll bring all your fears and all your greeds and all your bad habits to the machine, and the machine will struggle, right? So to give you a for instance, we have had, because we've had now quite a few people over, all these, it's scary. It's like 12 years. Stock Market Caddy's been around for 12 years. So we've seen quite a few folks. Our retention rate, by the way, for monthly members is like 90. By the way, this is not, see this lighting up short entry, short entry. So it's like, hey, hey, look at me, look at me. I am trying to go short. It's not confirmed yet, though. When it confirms, you're going to see, if we get it, you're going to see this box light up white. There's going to be a red two in there. Don, I want to go. I want to go. Yeah, I know you want to go. I'm not telling anybody to go. I'm not going. I'll wait. I'll wait. But but I had a person say to me, Don, and this is after he did the Q school, and he did really well during the Q school. And then he became an annual member. And we can't maintain that, we can be in a supportive role for you, but you'll be learning to trade your own game. And he actually said he got himself to a place where this particular trader, and he said, Don, I've been through everything. Nothing's working. I'm not making any money. I say, you're not making anything? Nope. He goes, Don, I've never even had a winning week. Not one winning week. Not with one program. Really? Nope. I said, what about over here? Have you had one week where you've made money mechanically? And it was like crickets. He hadn't. And see, the thing of it is, what we may have to do for a person like that. And I said to him, I said, do me a favor, park all the robots, park them. I don't want you to use them. I want you to shadow, pick one, and I want you to shadow it for an entire week. But I want you, you know what we may have to do? Your week may be just 1 day or 2 days. And when you get up X amount of money for 1 or 2 days, you got to stop and you got to go find something else to do. And I need you to send me your scorecards too, by the way. And I'm going to help you get your confidence level and help this get underway. But you've got to send me your scorecard. He never did. He never did. The problem with that is if you're not keeping your score, when you're not keeping a scorecard, you're not in position. I certainly can't help because I have no way of knowing what he was doing, right? I have no way of knowing. I don't know how many times he was trading. I don't know what he was trading. I have got nothing. But worse than that is if he doesn't have a scorecard to send, then he may not have been keeping score. What was he doing? He was keeping score based, and this is what's always a little dangerous here because, we're just showing the money here, but he may have been keeping score just on the money. And then if you're just doing that, then you don't really know from day to day, week to week, what's working, what isn't working. And then you don't know, not just where you might need help, but it might be where the strategy needs help. Maybe the market's changing and maybe, so when you start and we try to make you aware during the course of the Q school of some of the data that you need to pay attention to so that you can begin to manage your game. Similar to golf, I mean, I guess you can just keep your score. I shot an 89, but and don't laugh. 89 for me would be all right. I'd be all right with that. Actually, I'm about 88. What about 16 handicap? 15 thereabouts. But any given day, you never know. But if you maintain, if you know how many fairways you hit, how many greens you hit, how many putts you're making, then you can know the following week what aspect of your game um, you might want to be working on. By the way, notice it didn't go short, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's still oscillating in here. Still oscillating. It's still, sitting on the head. And now the likelihood is, and I'm going to wait, that this is going to be just a dip and she's going to continue. That's the likelihood, the probability. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I don't know. I don't know. But in any case, there's no jumping the shark here. So a lot of work has to be done here. A lot of work has to be done here. A lot here, and then this really is a lifetime. Our members who've been with us for years, they live in here in a big way. And there's a number that do this, and there's a number that don't, because they're able to get done what they need to get done here without, having this, this, if this is squared, this is cubed, this can get really intricate and depends upon what you want to do. I hope that makes sense. Any questions, let us know. We'll wait, see if we're going to get that trade-off. A lot of waiting, right? A lot of boring. And in fact, Susan and I were doing this in the early 2000s, and Stock Market Caddy came out of the ground because, quite frankly, I was just bored crapless. I mean, it's just boring, you know. So we get a chance to chat with you a little bit, give you a chance to see, and we have folks in the Q School that we get to meet, and we learn a lot from new members coming in, right? So this guy's still hanging on, still hanging on. This is from Long from 1025. Now, if you get in the trade and you just say, well, the hell with this, I'm going to just make the decision off the money. I was up 1500. Now I'm down 400. Now I'm up 600. You're going to just wear yourself out. You're just absolutely going to wear, you're going to grind yourself and your account into dust. Um, and you're probably trading too big, too big. You can trade too little. If you had a micro on, this is $40. But if you just, oh, it's just $40, I don't give a crap about that. I'll just wing it and let it go. Well, then you're really not, working on your process either, right? You got to have a process. You've got to be, um, as get underway, trading with purpose. Remember, if you're trading futures, 24 in a day, take Fridays off. There are 20, and you just want to be taking your time. If you are a swing trader and you're trading options, I wouldn't even pay attention to the intraday traffic at all. I just wouldn't even bother. We don't. We pay attention to the closes, and that's that. Unless we've made a decision that, we're coming out of the in tap option and, we're going to try to, squeeze out something, but we know we're coming out that day. But otherwise we don't watch that stuff. If you want to trade intraday, you want to trade intraday and you need tools like these or from someone or your own. But a lot of the brokerages won't even let you do this, right? They won't, some of them, and they never will. They will never allow your machines to put in trades. They're not gonna. TradeStation will. If you're in another part of the country, or I'm sorry, another part of the world, you do want to find out if you have access to TradeStation and ideally the same version that we have. Not all countries will allow you to do it. There's regulatory issues, and that's unfortunate. Okay, everyone. Hate to do this. This is going to be the challenge. Some of these trending strategies take they can, depending upon what the market is doing, they can take quite a while to set up. So, um, we're at most we can go to 2 o'clock, whether we're up or down. We're going to need these screens, and it's really just your chance to ask questions. We got to think through a little bit. I know what people want to see. Wait, it's 44 degrees in Tampa, light rain. Whew, that's terrible. Ugh, it's gray skies. Um, we have other programs that can trade more quickly. We're just not going to be able to come up. We got too many people rolling into Q schools. Bagger is swamped, and it just won't be able to, dedicate this kind of time. Um, in a live shot. So we'll be able to go to two, and then what we'll do is we'll look at some of our other programs, and if we can, hold on a second. Hold on. Sorry about that. So what we'll try to do is, maybe a program that, is going to trade much quicker, much faster, so you can see some trades, in, trading inside of an hour, right? Because we can't promise when you're trading with a trend. I mean, some of these trades can last for hours. Yeah, even a 5-minute trend. What I want to bring out is, remember when we were, the account, this position was up $400, and she was dipping, and she was flashing short entry. Not wasn't a short yet. And I said, the probability is I want it to go short because I wanted to see it trade. But I said the probability is that it won't go short, that it will resume the trend. And she absolutely did. Now, can you program this to get long, chase a profit target, let it dip, get long, let it dip, get long, let it dip, get long? Yeah, absolutely you can. Yeah, you absolutely can. When you are trending up, yeah, you can be buying the dip. But I don't like to trade that actively. And but that's going to be each person. But we can do that sort of thing. But she continued right on. And this is the thing. If you are reacting, if you're putting on so much money, and you're chasing that profit, whatever that number is for that day, and that's what you're basing your decisions on, you're just going to be grinding no matter what we put in front of you. Um, you'll just be grinding on the money. So if you're doing that, think about it, and before you do it for too long, because if you do it for, for years, it's going to be really difficult, to get over it. We'll make you aware. We'll give you the tool set. We'll give you the instructions on what you need to do to get over it. But you'll have to work at it. You absolutely will. And it's kind of like a golfer, the golfer who hits the ball to the right. And what does he do? He aims more left. And what does he do? He hits the ball further to the right. And then what's he do? He aims even more left. And so it's kind of a little counterintuitive. So we're going to let this run, see if we can at least get an entry by two. And that's the other beautiful thing about any one of the strategies is sometimes the best thing they can do is keep you out of the way. And you may be hankering to get in, and you want to get something on, and you know what, I'm just going to go, because if you're looking at a screen long enough, you'll find something. You'll find some excuse to get that risk on. You'll find it, and then it is what it is, right? So any questions, let us know. Be sure to visit the site, and if it resonates with you, you're welcome to give us a shout. But we do have quite a few folks now rolling into Q schools, and they're one-on-one. So Bagger is going to be flat out. We'll try, what I will do is we're actually videotaping this. So um, if we have to sign off at 2 and say goodbye, I apologize, but we need the screens and the computers. But we'll continue to try to tape it and 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 try to get that out so you know what it was. In the meantime, if anyone wants us to plug in into Swing Machine any particular market, any particular stock, let's go look at that Tesla. Let's see what that little bugger's doing while we're here. Let's go see here. Can we? Let's see. We'll scroll it down. Let's put in Tesla. Remember, if I remember correctly, I think it was trading just under 412. TSLA. She's still at 412. Yeah, on a 5 minute, she went short at 140 yesterday afternoon. It's delivered you on a 5 minute, delivered you 8 points. But what about, excuse me, what about an hourly that would might be for options? And she's still short. She went short 3 hours ago. She's still short. And then hourly, I'm going to be looking at getting, options on at least 10 days, 10 days to maybe, 20, 25 days and try to flip it, but she hasn't done much of anything. We'll delete her and put it back and get out of your way. If you want to look at anything, let us know. Okay, so we're not going to get it on a trend here in the next 20 minutes, right? So we got to be off at 2 here. But we do have a counter trend taking shape. We're not quite in euphoria, but we're close. And what I'm talking about is right here. And we don't talk about it much. We do teach it during Q. Um, whoops, not the arrow. I want this. I don't want to be too late here. Um, and we're going to do it. It's going to be a modest amount. Let me get this marker here, right in here. Now, I don't have both of them in there. I'd prefer to get both of them in here, but I do want to get this trade in. So we're going to go against it. And bear with me. Get this trade on. And we'll take it right here. And I'm risking 500 bucks. That's how much I'm risking. Now, a $500 profit would be fine. I'm going to set a profit target though for something a little bit bigger, maybe 13, 1400. I'm using a chart to do it. We'll see if we get it. But I gotta be prepared. What type of trade is this? It is a counter trade. They are frequent, but you've got to be really, really precise where you get them. And I really didn't, we weren't in there. We may not have got in there. And I'm mindful of the clock right now because at 2 o'clock I got to sign off with y'all. And so I'm either going to be down another 500 or I got a shot at cleaning this up and, maybe, but we just don't have enough time between now and 2 o'clock to see this trend get underway. We will video it. If you send us if you're on our email list, you've seen them. We make a video. We compress hours of trading down to just a few minutes to maximize your time, and you'll see, the outcome of our day. And I'm inclined to think that we're still going to pull back today, but I don't trade what I'm inclined. I am trading because we did for ever so slightly. We got to 90 and 90 up here, and I would have preferred that we get right in there. But all things being equal, we should make a couple of shekels here. We'll see. The asterisk means I've got right now, I still have $500 at risk. I didn't put a trailer on. Susan likes to use trailers. Keiko might you want to use trailers. You might want to use trailers. We discussed that during the queue and how else you can do that. But so you can be using Swing Machine in other configurations. Just want you to know. And if you wanted to go in and grab your your 200, I mean, you could certainly do that. Could you just wait for one or two of those a day? Yeah, if you got the patience, you gotta, we could program it, but and just do that. Yeah, and make your money. And yeah, whatever it is you like to do. And then it's a question of having a golf swing that you can repeat, right, that you can count on under pressure. See how we make out. If I make any adjustments, I'll let you know. Right now I still have $500 at risk. And I think you can see how, something like this, if you're patient and you wait and you know what to look for and you wait, it can be addictive because it's quick, right? We could certainly, I wouldn't have a problem, if a person was in Q school and they said, "Hey, Don, I'm taking the 350." I'd be okay, no problem. You know, we're short. The 5 minute is long. The 1 minute's long. It is purely a counter trade. But I'm gonna press it a little bit, see what I get away with. Now, if I get up $500, I'm going to set a break even stop, and and then and then at that point, it's a free trade. I would much rather use these tools on Swing Machine than some arbitrary line or some arbitrary something on a chart. Swing Machine has about 800 lines of code to it. It's a sophisticated little tool. It's not so little, but it's really, really, powerful. What type of trade is this? It's not only just a counter, but it's also a mechanical trade. Why? I made the decision. I used the machine. I'm looking at it. I described it. I put the trade on. There's a stop in place. There's a profit target, but I put it on. That is mechanical. If the machine had done it, that would be robot. If the machine came out, that would be robot. If the machine put it on and I decided to come out, that would be what? Robot assisted, right? A little combination of both. And so, why do we do it this way? So that we can reduce our emotions, so that we can maximize our time and our capital and our profits and get away from the emotions of fear and greed. But you're going to have to do it, hundreds of times. Maybe Keiko would, take his 300 bucks and that'd be just totally fine. You know, I'm going to see if we can take it back a little bit. Okay, we'd taken it. I could have taken it a little faster. We'll just take it. If she runs back up into that box, maybe we do it again. If the 5 minute goes, so you can do that sort of thing. It can be a blend. Um, I'm not going to do it here because the risk is too high, to enter here. This would not be a good entry here. But again, if the 5 minute, and you know what's going to happen, we're going to sign off at 2, and about 2:30, there's going to be a big market sell off. And You guys will see the video, but rest assured, we'll be on it. It can't get past us. The market moves can't get past us. Most of the time, it's whether or not you can believe your lying eyes. Real aggressive with that counter still because the 1 minute is still long, right? So it was a counter not just against the one, the 5 minutes, a counter against the 1 minute. So
Now we could, if we get the 1 minute, we could take it and mechanically shadow it. I don't have the machine putting it in, but I could do it, and maybe we do here in the last few minutes and see if we can catch it. At least I have something. It'll be a counter trade to the five. Right? When we did this, it was a counter trade to the one and the five, and it'll be the likelihood is that's going to be a very quick trade. Let's see. Oops, Abby's really working it today. And what we can do is we can program, not to take these, actually just to just keep buying, to keep taking the 1 minute in the direction of the five. That's a great way to go. We can get the machine to do that multiple time frames, right? Absolutely can. I mean, we can get the machine to place trades on the ES based on what the VIX is doing. We can do that too. Okay, so we took it and we placed the trade. So it's a mechanical trade. And right now we're following that 1 minute. Let's see how we make out. We have a profit target of $500, and we have a stop loss of 500 at this point, which is plenty wide enough for a 1 minute trade. Should be. Let's see how we do.
Sorry about that. Always easier to to buy the trend. Always easier. And so this is a little stubborn. We'll see how we do. When you're a counter trader, I don't know if Keiko agree with this, but I'll admit to it. There's a little bit of which I had to work very consciously to let go of it, and that was a need to be right. I need to be right. I'm gonna show them. Um, so I don't have that any longer. I don't feel I do at all. But there was a time when everything was a counter. I mean everything, and that was what I would like to do. But it's much easier to to when this if I hope it doesn't, but if this short fails and there's a buy, it's much easier to buy the 1 minute in the direction of the five. The money comes quicker and it's usually more. Okay, so you can see the 1 minute is putting pressure on the five now, and it's pushing it into dip territory. The probability is that it will resume, but we've had a few of these dips now, and you get two, three in a row, and this might be the one. So I've got to be prepared. I don't want to have two contracts on. I really don't. I don't need that kind of stress in my life, and it's caused that much stress, but I don't need it because if that 5 minute goes short, she will in fact short. So the prudent thing might be to, kind of quickly, grab these. Let's see if we can pick up 200, $300 and get our account back in position, close to par. And I tell you what, I will, you guys have been here watching this just about all day. Um, I will find myself another screen. We got two or three offices here. I may not be here to answer any questions directly, but I'm going to let you watch this because it's been sluggish, all day, and I just got my instincts tell me this. I don't want to influence anybody, but all right. So I'm gonna try to I'm gonna widen the stop out a little bit. Um, I'm also watching the 5 minute because I don't want to double up. I don't want to have that much margin on. So again, the 1 minute is still a counter trend to the five. It is. But, you know, every once in a while, every once in a while, that counter trend pushes the 5 minute over. The 5 minute goes short, and then, all hell can break loose, or, at a intraday level, that's what we see quite a bit. So we did a couple of different things. We took, remember we were over here and we took that little counter and it paid a little bit, and then we went with the 1 minute, which is another counter against the five. And just trying to help ourselves out a little bit. Let's see if I can clean this up. Now, if I see that box light up short entry, I'm going to have to kill this because I don't want that 5 minute um, to double me up. I'll let you know. I'm watching this box. This box. She lights up white short entry. She won't short, but I'm gonna have to cover this trade because the next signal might actually be a short on the 5 minute, which it should do on its own. Let me go double check there. Oh, you little stinker. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Oh, I'm losing now. Um, for some reason, I don't think I had that on. So we got to get that on. Hold on. Get that on. Okay, doing a little too. Oh, you little stinker. What have I got here? Hold it. Hold it. Maybe oh man. Talking to myself here. Not used to narrating trade by trade. No, we're okay. Yeah, we are okay. Never mind. I don't wanna run afoul of putting too much margin on. All right, now we can see even on the 5 minute. Notice the VIX is starting to come up a little bit. So that's good. That makes me feel better about it. Okay, so I took the counter. I took it. It's still a counter. It's still a counter to that, and it cleaned up my account. It cleaned it up. We're marginally profitable. All right. So I'm gonna let you watch. I got to do other things. I'll be nearby. If the 5 minute now goes, if it lights up white, it still won't go in. If it's got to confirm short and then confirm, we still got plenty of time. We still got plenty of time. I'm gonna work on another screen. We have other screens, so I'll work on another screen and let you guys watch that have been watching. Let me see if there's anybody there. I don't have visibility on it. It might be. Yeah, there's a few folks here. So, you've been watching it, much of the day. I'm going to let you watch, and let's see if Swing Machine can pick off a 5 minute sell off here. It's a little bit later in the day. I prefer that they come in the morning, but I also, so we did a couple of things here. Remember, we had them, they weren't quite in euphoria, but they were right up in here. So they were both trending long, and we went in with a counter. The risk was measured, the profit was measured. We made a little bit of money as a pullback, the 1 minute. It was different, it's a little difficult. Then we went in on the 1 minute short, a 1 minute trend short. That was a counter to the five. Took us some time. We had a drawdown of another 100, maybe 200, and then it cleaned up. We were able to make $500 thereabouts and clean up the rest of it. So now we're feeling pretty good. We don't, we should be breathing easy. I was breathing easy anyways. I mean, it's well within our limit, our stress limits. And we do have limits, right? And we do, of what we're prepared to do. And once we hit those limits, we may change strategies. We may just decide to pause. There's any number of things that we'll discuss. Let's see how this plays itself out here. Just like golf, if you get down, two or three shots, I mean, you can't start throwing your clubs in the woods and start getting down on yourself. And the next thing you know, you got a whole string of bogeys. You just gotta like, okay, you gotta execute some shots and get your bogeys back, get yourself back to par and back in the game. We still got, there's still plenty of time on this round. You know, for the most part, though, for the most part, this may go longer. I prefer to have all my trading done by 3. Susan prefers to have all her trading done by noon, and I prefer to have all my weekly trading done by Thursday, not tomorrow.